Let's go 903. See how quick we can do one of these runs.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Has been delivered to the following. Please
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Insurance claim has been sent.
Thank you. Your vehicle has been... Please visit us again.
That elevator sure was working weird.
Systems activated. Systems on. Quantum fuel 100%.
Ariel. The worst place. Statistically. Let's see if these elevators are working.
Quantum travel complete. charge complete.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been replaced. Visit us again.
Ah.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
That took 30 minutes. So 2.5 more runs.
Just got word that you turned in that contract. That should help Hurston gain some ground.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Yeah. Waiting for a contract. Feel free to come up. You're on the Discord, right, Vex? I think you are. Oh, yeah? Kitty. That's a kitty. You don't say. Well, that's easy for you to say. It's a quiet kitty. Ah. I mean, it says you're in the voice chat right now. But you no talkie. No talkie talkie. Negative. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Make sure your volume's turned up. Yep, volume's turned up. Can't hear you. Bye, goodie. Still no talkie. I hear somebody else's engines. I see. Damn, it's raining out. Into that stormy weather, can't see shit. Got shields on this Connie. How the fuck is that a raft? Jokefish. Could I be muted in Discord? I don't think so. Here, let's establish a hover here. Check out the situation.
Weird because it's just like chasing or chicken or whatever you want.
You can't hear her either?
No, I don't hear her, so I could hear him, but I can't.
Well, he kept getting kicked, so that was even worse. Maybe my audio driver is... No, you're all set. And if I look here, you already have roles. Because you've been on my stream before, right? Roles. No, this isn't your first time, I don't think. Live presenter, members, movies, meme lord, Lyceum. Yep, you should be good. Do you have a push to talk button? Let me check the push to talk settings. Oh, yeah. Wait, let me check live. Presenter. Yeah, let me double check and make sure you have presenter. You do. You should be able to use voice activity. I closed the DM, the robot.
How come beside her name doesn't have anything like mine shows a camera and a mic?
Her camera's not on. You closed the DM that the robot sent? That shouldn't have did anything, is it?
Those are in here. I'm gonna bow out though. I'll be back in a bit.
Didn't complete all the skills. I mean, yeah, that's easy, but it seems weird. Where'd she go? Here, praise. I thought I saw something. I thought I saw a little green flicker. I don't have push to talk. You shouldn't need it. I made you a presenter so you can use voice activation. Did I give it to you that time? No, you're not really interrupting. I'm just gaming. Oh, it finally says you joined the party, by the way. 3 minutes later, so what was that about? Try talking now. How about now? I don't think you have your audio set up right. What do you have for your audio device, for your input device? It says no permissions to talk on this channel. But you do have permissions to talk on this channel. Here, let's go to the lobby. Hello? Yeah. Mm, I don't know. No. No, nobody can hear us right now. Hold on. And now it says you have no permissions.
It didn't say anything at all.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I didn't change anything.
Weird. So you just
Yeah.
moved me.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
Well, we'll see. Next time I
that
come in, we'll
wasn't-
see if it works.
that is interesting.
Well, and it's interesting that I had all these permissions because honestly, I've never been up on your channel. And I
think you
came in
have
the
one
other
time
day.
before.
If I has no, the only reason I say I haven't now, again, I've stayed up late and done things, is that I know that if I'd come up to see you, Denizen, I would have like talked to you about the first time I saw you, or you know what I mean? Like I just know that I would have had conversations with you about, you know, how I felt the first time I saw you, talking with people about me, and I was like, who's this guy? Like, who is this guy? Right? What's this guy saying, being some expert on me? It doesn't matter. I just know I would have had a conversation in the past because I watching you on YouTube and the way that you engage on YouTube. The first time I saw you, because I didn't know you and you were talking about me, not that it matters, I thought, who the fuck is this guy? And then I was, with normal me, is like running around trying to figure out just who someone is. And in the process, really like learn to respect your opinion on things, right? If I could know and go back to what you were saying about me, I probably would be like, God, that guy was bang on, you know, like whatever it was. So I just know I would have addressed that because I was intrigued by who's this guy has an opinion on me, and I don't even know who he is. I'd never seen him before. So I know I would have addressed that. Not that I meant to make that the topic here. So anyways, doesn't matter. From what I remember, I joined your Discord just recently, and then when I came in this time, I have all these like moderator stuff. I was like, wow, look at me. I got a wrench. So anyways, it's all figured out now. I'm in. And if we've spoken before and I don't recall, I apologize.
It was just very recently, like a few days ago.
Yeah, I was going to come in, but I didn't come in. You sent me the link, but I didn't come in. Yeah.
But if you came into the server, though, that's when I gave you all the permissions.
Exactly. You're right. So you're right. I've been in your server, but not up here on the broadcast. I might have misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, and with the permissions, too. That's the part that I don't get. Like, I still didn't change anything.
I sometimes, though, the one thing that my phone will do, and I had just gone into my YouTube studio and I thought, oh, you know, I'll go do a music stream. And I was like, no, Bex, you've done enough bullshit on your own channel for a week. You know, I'll just go have a conversation with someone, you know? And I saw that you were here. So I thought, oh, well, perfect. This is a great person to have a conversation with if they are open to it. So.
What did I say about you?
I can't remember. It was you. I want to say it was probably you. I think it was you and Flo and London and somebody. And whoever was there, London, I think, had just shown a video that he had made that I was in. So, and I think Flo was showcasing it. And so the group was sort of psychoanalyzing me, let's say. And I'm used to that. I was used to that. But what I was shocked by was just this person who I'd never seen and never heard. Again, it happens all the time. People can listen to your channel. People can see you all over the place. I've been everywhere. So I'm not surprised. It just, to me, it's like when I don't know someone and they've, you know, and they're saying something, then it's more intriguing or more off-putting at the time. Probably off-putting at the time. And yet you said things with such assertion, whatever they were. I mean, no one was saying anything. It wasn't a drag Bex stream, you know. It was just a response to whatever London had put out. And London, you know, tends to walk the middle line, let's say, with me, because we've had, you know, we have had antagonism, let's say. So at the time, I think it was more when it was a middle, sort of more of a poking stream at Steven. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It was something about, I don't know, probably nothing. I don't take sound bites. I don't keep stamps. I don't take screenshots. I don't do any of that, you know? I don't,
Yeah,
I just go on
receipts.
memory. Yeah, I'm not a receipts
Whenever
girl.
someone uses the word
Yeah.
receipts with me, I already know what kind of person I'm being.
Yeah. So that being said, and I have made errors in the past. Like recently I went in on Brown's Boy and had him mistaken for Neurojack from way back when. And it's so funny. We just sorted it out the other day. It's just, it's just silly, but rarely, rarely do I misremember. But my point is, that's when I was bugging you. I'm like, I'm going to be your troll. You're like, if someone can troll me, I'd be impressed. And then I was like, nah, I'm just going to keep listening. You're a very reasonable man. You're very, I really appreciate your presence on panels. There was a couple situations recently where people were like, we need Denizen here to moderate. I don't know if you know, when you're not around, people are like, Denizen should be here. Voice of reason.
If only they felt that way when they were on the panel with me.
Yeah, but you are surrounded by people who, really do support each other's like major delusions, right? I was there. I was all down. I was a total conspiratard. But 2 and a bit years ago, believing all the nonsense. So I'm not anymore.
They think
God.
everyone is in their cult too. It's weird.
Well, I've experienced being on YouTube so much that people get into this momentum where they kind of think everybody was there with them, and everybody knows exactly what you've done, where you've been. Not necessarily even it happens more to content creators and panelists, but it happens to these people in chat too, where they just assume that you've all seen the same things, and that's just not possible.
Bro, we haven't even seen the same things when we've seen the same things. These people are fucking delusional.
Well said. Well said. I couldn't imagine being someone who's like watching what's going on for people and putting it into a demonically possessed framework, right? So that you're like, first of all, checking, are they or are they not? And then next, you're like, oh, demonic possession, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just using that as an example of like the filter with which you're going to look at the world, Oh, evil, good, It's out here, there's a lot of people believe in demonic possession and they're not even religious. It's very strange.
Well, I'll call them toxic energy vampires. Hurt people who hurt people.
No, I learned something, a new mantra this week about hurt people. It's a warning label, not an excuse.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a warning label, not an excuse. So hanging out, justifying bad behavior because people are hurt is just retarded. I mean, in intimate interactions or close friends in real life, and understanding why somebody hurt you unintentionally or intentionally, sometimes we do understand, we retaliate, people hurt each other, they didn't mean to. That makes sense. But running around the world and having somebody like, I don't know, just run up to someone in the grocery store and push them or whatever, or walk up to someone in the grocery store and start screaming at them. We're not going to just be like, oh, hurt people, right? Like, which is what, YouTube seems to be more for me, this idea, like this public grocery store where running around screaming at each other.
Well, it's like a public library, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like in the like convention area or whatever of the library, the public forum area.
Yeah.
But everybody's sitting around in chairs and the chairs are in a circle, as though there's a discussion.
Yeah.
And some people just walk in off the street with their balls and dick hanging out, shit in the middle of the fucking room while everybody's talking, and then get upset when you're like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Mm-hmm. And then you've got a bunch of people in the circle being like, whoa, Wait a minute, Denizen. Like, hurt people, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, bro had to take a shit. What do you want? I've seen you take a shit, Denizen. You're no different.
Mhm.
But I shit inside in my own bathroom. No, hypocrite.
It's a good analogy. Although slowly people in the circle start standing up and going in the middle of the room and shitting beside the guy in solidarity, right?
Yeah, that's
In fact,
crazy.
yeah.
And
I'm
I
not
ended
there.
up looking at one person in the entire crowd awkwardly, like, I guess we should leave. Everybody else is shitting themselves in the middle of the fucking circle, having a grand old time. What's wrong with you, Dennison? How come you're not joining? No way, that's all the boxes. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Here, I'm just going to do something. I should be giving you the watch time hours while I'm here since I'm just talking.
That says
Does
you're
it
not
matter?
watching anymore.
Here, just a sec. I know, because I didn't have the window open.
Do you
Here I
have a
am.
computer? Like a PC?
I have a 13-year-old. Oh. Hola. She doesn't speak Spanish very well, does she? Yeah, I do have a computer. It's a 13-year-old notepad from Costco. A Lenovo. It's done amazing. It probably would allow me even to come in here and talk to you, but it has a broken fan. And on most streaming software, it picks up the noise of the fan. So it just sounds like a squealing machine in your ear. And so I've never used it to try and come on stream. I've used it a couple times to have in the background so I could see my studio until I discovered that I could, lay overlays and stuff on. My computer takes about 10 minutes to boot up. And yeah, it thinks it's 1986. But it still does everything I need it to do. I could edit anything, I can do stuff. I just can't use it to communicate online.
On lives?
Yeah.
How come?
No. Whatever's wrong with the fan gets picked up through the volume. And it's really loud. Like it sounds, and it is really loud. Even when I use it. Like if I was to watch a movie, it sounds like an old movie projector. But it's been operating that way for almost a decade. So I just let it be. And I've never used it, which is probably good. If I'd had a computer to respond to this crap, I'd have been way more sucked into it. And I don't think someone could get more sucked into it than I was, or am at times. This last week I got sucked back in. It was fun though.
There's no appeal for it, for me. No appeal to it. So, I find myself maybe hoping for better, but then being quickly disappointed.
I can see that. Because even when I think about sort of what the channels I used to watch that sort of moved, the masses and the algorithms that sort of moved us into this, whatever this fucking place is, I think about some of the big channels that I used to watch, and they don't appeal to me. It's just propaganda. It's just nonsense. I don't care if it's some channel looking at lithographs from the past, or my rocks, my mud fossils, my this, my that. I got all caught up in the imaginary past, imagination stuff, and it was fun. But it's all imaginary. Golden Age thinking will kill the world. It is killing the world. Oh, the past is better than the now. The past. These people, some people literally believe that they were in 85 cubit high bodies that didn't eat or shit, and there's some vapor canopy gave them perfect oxygen, and they could think at each other and make things with their minds, and Yeah, it's just and en masse they believe this stuff, right? It's like it's retarded. So where is there something that's appealing?
On YouTube,
Yeah.
the panels. You got to stay away from the panels.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite thing on YouTube, my favorite channel on YouTube is Vice Grip Garage.
Mm-hmm.
Dude fixes up old cars.
I like that stuff. They're pre-recorded videos.
Yeah.
I follow when I was on Facebook, which I don't usually go on, but when I was taking breaks from YouTube, sometime I'd be in Facebook and watching different shorts and stuff in there because I've disabled my YouTube app. And I follow a trans woman actually on Facebook that fixes all sorts of small engines and has some of the coolest old equipment that I've ever seen, you know, and tackles things that they've never driven a boat, never used a boat, but understands how engine works so they can fix an outboard motor, you know? And I like that kind of stuff too. I used to do all the work on my own car. Even in high school, I'd work with a backyard mechanic to show me how to do stuff. And most of the time I've had cars that I can do the fixes on, you know? And that's how I came to YouTube. First time I was ever on YouTube was looking for how to change a starter in a Toyota Corolla.
There's this chick that she grooms cats. I just watch her groom cats. It's like way more entertaining than anything I've ever seen on most of these panels.
You're reminding me of one of my alt accounts that I've actually probably got hidden where that's all that's on it is all the stuff that I like to watch, right? I should go find that one and cross over. I like watching talking bird videos, like the people who have their birds that talk. Oh,
I
they're
don't
so
like
funny.
birds, but I have seen those.
Some people's birds have so much personality. It's insane. Like, it's very entertaining. So I'm with you on that. Early on in my channel, I was complaining about, you know, this fucking debauchery, just the whole panel thing. And I was telling my main mod became a joke. Go out into the cat show sector. Can you please go out into the cat show sector and see if we're welcome there? And he'd make jokes coming back saying like, oh, I went there, you know, but they kicked me out, blah, blah, blah. Because I kept saying there must be sectors of other panels where people talk about things that aren't like my imaginary perfect existence that I was supposed to have, but I'm not having.
I used to have good conversations on YouTube, but my channel got struck, and I never got the momentum back. Now even people I know just don't come on my panels anymore.
A lot of people are addicted to what they're doing, and the smart ones, a lot of smart ones have just left completely, right? Left this social environment.
Can you
Yeah, I
see
never
my
had
screen?
that. Yes, just a sec.
Nice.
There, I've turned the sound off. I actually didn't have it running. Now I can.
Oh no, I fell out again. What the fuck?
Imagine taking a bunch of information in your head that makes someone look at this video game and they get angry, right? They're
What do you
angry.
mean?
Well, fake space, right? There's people out there that actually like won't even watch sci-fi.
Oh, because
because
they
they're
they
so,
hate the idea of space so much.
yeah, yeah. It's like using the word gravity, and people are like, it's fake, it's fake. You're like, dude, right? Stuff holds to the ground, stuff falls from the sky. We have to call it something. We can call it Bob, but you're not upset with the word. You're not upset with the word. You're upset with the theory that describes the force with which we need to name it something. Why do we need to change the name of a force that you don't believe or understand the theory of how it works? Or you've come up with an alternative theory that describes the force. And that's fine. You can call it magnetism. You could call it geomagnetism. Fine, we call it geomagnetism, right? But then people would be like, oh, well, geomagnetism is actually like when there's a floating island out there in the ocean that's broken off, or an iceberg or something that's got a bunch of stuff in it. It's going to start floating towards the large landmass because of the actual natural magnetism, that occurs from one object to another in the blah, 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 da, 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 right? And it's like, well, but then can we'll have the specific force that holds things to the ground and has things fall from the sky as a form of geomagnetism. Let's call it, well, gravity, right? Because actually, technically, gravity is what would pull that floating island or iceberg towards the source as well. But no, they can't get past that. You're the idiot. You're the fucking idiot who used the word gravity. I'm the idiot. Okay. I am the idiot for staying here in a room and in an environment with people who actually want to scream that there is spell casting, Bex. You're bewitched by the language. No, you're bewitched by throwing the dictionary out. So
Yeah,
I can't.
the weird schizophrenic paranoid etymologies too.
Yeah, I call it YouTube Ebonic Phonic Etymology. And the problem with that is that, sometimes, so for instance, the savage from the concept of savage could be rooted in the roots sauvage, SAUVAGE, which is nature. But there's also something in that is inherently comes in Latin, saber, savoir. That's to know, right? So there's a wisdom in nature, one could say, if you're going to look at, because you probably can find that the root of sauvage goes all the way back to knowing, but so there is sometimes, I'm saying etymologically, you may find the root of a language could go deeper than we've gone with the root of it. But we use the word savage to describe people who are not living in a constructed civilized world with tools and things. So anyways, I'm just using it as an example where, as someone who's a bit of a word nerd, I can dig deeper and you can go back into even more root languages to discuss. But on YouTube, the best one is you can't believe without lie, right? There's lie in believe. But then they say there's lie in television. It's like actually one's spelled L-E and one's spelled L-I-E.
And both is a complete disregard of how language actually works.
Exactly. Especially since the prefix on television is tele, not te-le. It's tele, And the suffix on believe is leave, laive, which actually comes from believe, to believe, to have faith so much in something that you see it in the future that it actually kind of exists. This to beget something, to is something, into the future kind of thing. Like the begotten person is further in the future than the person, the object that's referring to. Anyways, that's one thing I'm not, is a grammar specialist. I just like words. But yeah, it's ridiculous. And then you get even further where they're like, spelling it backwards and doing the acronyms and then breaking down every syllable, and it's just ridiculous. What do you think about the boogeymen stories? Like specifically the one where people think that they can actually either maintain perpetual youth or get super, super high off like the literal physical suffering of somebody, such that you would harvest some kind of, just basically the whole adrenochrome nonsense. Boogeyman story.
I mean, the available information says that it's bullshit.
Yeah, and then if you were to actually like say, well, you know what, I've studied this and I've tested it and I've gone and I've done a 30-person sample size and I've come out to tell you that here's my conclusion, like just the abhorrent act of testing it once, suggesting testing it. It's what I used to do to people, like prove it, right? Prove it. I'm the abhorrent one for suggesting that they prove it. For even suggesting that you should go out and, maybe torture and remove someone from existence and then, mutilate them and whatever it is that someone does. No, I'm the awful one. I mean, I would never suggest that to someone. That's why it's such a wonderful boogeyman story. No one's going to test it. They can just believe it. But if you actually, that's the one thing I was telling people out here at one point, because I was running around asking people, do you believe in this whole adrenochrome stuff? I asked Jack Talcott, I asked all sorts of not believe, and that Jack was pretty good. He's like, there's a lot of evidence to support it's true. Okay.
Quantum travel.
But
is there though?
Quantum travel.
No, there's actually like none.
Yeah.
Opposite.
I mean,
Yeah.
a tiny little bit, like claims.
Well, there's a little bit of research that was done with it to see if it had some treatment of schizophrenia back in the day. And that's how it actually got any momentum as being a thing that could be used to do a thing. I didn't actually look too hard into it because the research that was, done with adrenochrome and schizophrenia obviously didn't take off. So
the paranoid schizophrenic sounds like a prophet in a time, in a universal age of deceit. That's what I've noticed. And
Interesting.
yeah, you got people that would be laughed at now are considered gurus. And I noticed it's like been an interesting evolution for me to watch as someone who's been woke since I was a kid. People went from like laughing at me and calling me crazy, making fun of me, to like going full batshit past where I tried to get them to see. When people realized that the government was lying to them, that the hospitals were lying to them, ABC was lying, like that literally presidents just lie about shit and the news just makes shit up. They didn't suddenly become discernible about sources of information or processing information or discerning truth. They just stopped believing anything anymore. And then they went past that into believing the exact opposite of whatever truth is.
And that's what I noticed as well. In this truth movement, it did become, I know the truth is the exact opposite of what it's been told. And that's exactly what that's how simple it became.
And
Flip it
that's
around.
that. And now if I'm a government or whatever that's trying to lie to you and control you, that's perfect for me, because you just made it easier than ever for me to lie to you and control you, because all I have to do is tell you the truth.
Exactly.
That's all I have to do to trick you. Now you're never gonna listen to anything I say, Oh, the opposite of what I say is true? Well,
It's like these people that believe that the ruling class invert themselves as an homage to the devil, and that he's or she's and she's or he's, and that the dad gave birth and the mom didn't, and that this is a fuck you to God, right? Well, if you actually believe in God, right? If my theory would be, if you believe in God, let's put the science aside of the fact that those people, if you're saying that they've inverted themselves the way that you claim they have from childhood on, they're most likely completely sterile and incapable of producing children. But if they're rich enough, we know that they can surrogate, and there's, cryogenic freezing and all that kind of stuff. So they can get past the biological impairments they may have put on themselves to create children. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying that they have done all these things, but somehow they have superpowers to not sterilize themselves through the process of inversion. And in essence, Donald Trump gave birth to Barron, and Melania is a man. So here's my thing it's insane. So when I say to them, look, if God wants babies to be born, right? And that's the most important thing, is the creation of children and being fruitful and multiplying, then straight up inverting to the point of wearing each other's clothing as a fuck you, but still being able to produce children and bring them into the world, I think is a little bit of God's trick then. Like, I'm just saying, like, I think that you can see where the adversary, at least I can see where this adversary still works for God, because there's still a baby that's been born, and that baby Baron looks pretty healthy and happy. Okay. So, if I take your logic to the full extreme, you're actually contradicting yourself, in my opinion, because it does, you can interpret whatever you want about these words about wearing each other's clothes and stuff. Or we could start digging deeper into, if these words have meaning, what could they mean? Instead of some sort of like stupid, oh, well, I've transvestigated the world. And look at Beck, she's over on Denizens right now talking her Luciferian propaganda, while she's got her dick and her balls in her hand, right? Like, that's what they're saying, But I've discovered out here, Denison, that in an atmosphere where red pill meets red pill, so this neo blue pill versus red pill truth
Sorry, our
or
delivery come through.
conspiratorial
Could have been a little
nonsense.
more efficient on
Then
your
you've got the
delivery,
red
but
pill
no
turned
worries.
black pill, extreme male superiority complex, disguised as a men's rights activism. You end up with these computers algorithms that have suggested these two red pills are the same thing. Because why? Because they're not programmed yet to tell any different. It's not a oh, fuck you world. It's like, oh, the controllers are just trying to divide us, and it's just one more thing, Bex, to have us exploding in these two situations. No, calm down, everybody. It's actually there's a lot of learning and a lot of programming that needs to go on to have these gigantic systems able to sort past our nonsense, because they're calculators, So I was going to go somewhere with that superiority thing, but I forgot where I was going with it. Anyways, there's just so much. It's one thing to say, oh, I have cognitive dissonance from what I've learned. And then you empty out the cognitive dissonance watching some of the most horrific nonsense that's ever been created. And all you end up doing is replacing it with worse or cognitive dissonance. Like, I'd rather have the cognitive dissonance of faith, to be honest, than any of that, where I'm just like, I don't have to justify anything to you. I'm just going to believe in something good in the future for myself and tell myself that I should behave nicely in this lifetime for now.
Faith
because I think
and belief in the system.
Yeah. I mean, did you know I really do walk a middle path, and my model has a lot to do with trying to understand what's going on in the world. How could people come from 6,000 or 450 million years to evolve to like know nothing about themselves and not even know how to treat a child, you know? But in my most recent research, I've discovered that until 1956, science thought humans had 48 chromosomes. Until 1956. And that's part of, in fact, that's part of what would have made evolution would have made a lot more sense to me. If someone had even told me, hey, we thought we had 48, but we discovered we have 46. Now I discover out there in the world, there's 45, 46, 47, 48 chromosome people. The majority of people have 46 chromosomes. And yet that first semen sample taken by the guy who counted haploid cells of 24 instead of 23 probably did take samples from a 48 chromosome man. You know, instead of this whole, well, we didn't have the right substrate and everything becomes chromatin very quickly as it dies. It circles on itself and it's hard to separate out. And if we're talking like microscopically sized, you know, bits of information, they're not really tangible, right? That's why you need an electron microscope to see them. You can't touch them, right? You can touch them with light, you can touch them with frequency, you can, you know, but it's really not like an object you can pick up even, you know, they're so small. So in essence, they said that this substrate, you know, that they got better and better at substrates. Plus it was really hard to get live human samples. It was unethical, right? It was the way, at least it's unethical, the way that they were looking at chromosomes in animals. It's a lot easier to just like kill the rat, you know, do your stuff, right? Or even have a rat alive while you're doing something to it. So with humans, it was a lot harder to get samples that were fresh and capable of looking at things. So sure, obviously semen samples are easy to look at, but all the other samples, when you're looking for the 48 chromosomes that make 46, chromosomes that make up people, but would have been maybe 48 in this one sample they were looking at. Anyways, I'm just adding my own. The story goes that the substrate, you know, this, and I'm not saying this is a wrong story. I'm just saying the one thing that they're not putting back into the equation is maybe that first guy was somebody just by happenstance that had 48 chromosomes. But yeah, the
How many
substrate
people
they
have
got.
48 chromosomes?
Well, as it stands right now, this is my what I put forth as a theory. All the people that have different chromosomes that we actually have accounted for are people who are medically anomalous. So so we could talk about gender, and so we can talk about intersexism, which comes in many forms, right? But roughly 1 in 20,000 people is what they originally say about any form of intersexism. And this is medically radicalized, you know, people who are obviously in a system who's like, oh, you know what, this is anomalous genitalia. It needs to be treated or not treated. We need to look at the genetics of why they're anomalous. Do they have an extra chromosome? Are they down a chromosome? Are they up a couple chromosomes? And see how they fit in. And there is a pattern to all of this, right? So you can find in some countries. So when we can look at Down syndrome too, right? Down syndrome is an extra chromosome that's not a sex-based chromosome. It's the 22nd chromosome instead of the 23rd set that they have an extra replicate on, right? I just recently discovered that there's a form of Down syndrome that is actually, and I don't know the proper terminology because I'm more into the gender stuff, and I put it in my file. I could go find it. It starts with a T, like transitionary or transom, or essentially there's this mosaicized form of a replicated 22nd chromosome that actually doesn't show up as Down syndrome, but they have Down syndrome. So when I found this was my link, okay, because I don't want to make anyone feel bad who might have like decided very hard to terminate a pregnancy because they were an older woman who discovered, or even a younger woman discovered, any family making that decision would be difficult. But why I'm perplexed by it is when I was in my 30s, late 30s, my sister-in-law was pregnant at the same time my boss was pregnant, and they both had these tests, and they both got positive results for a boy with Down syndrome. And my boss decided to terminate, and my sister-in-law decided to maintain the pregnancy. And the whole time my sister-in-law was like, this doesn't feel right. they weren't even saying like, oh, we're going to parent a Down syndrome baby. It wasn't like, obviously they'd taken that into the mindset, but my sister-in-law just did not, she just didn't trust the test, right? And trust me, my brother's a geneticist, right? So, and he had a fertility clinic. So, at the time, so they, my nephew is fine. So I would bet you my nephew actually has the mosaicized form of Down syndrome. He's fine. He's more than fine. He's stellar. He's hilarious. He's fucking brilliant. There's nothing wrong with him. He doesn't even, not that there's anything wrong with it, but he doesn't have any markers, let's say, that might say, oh, well, eye shape or something is indicative, right? But a lot of people do have Eurasian eyes. Anyways, so as I found this, holy crap, there can be this form of Down syndrome that exists that actually doesn't affect people. Then you start looking out at the world and wondering how many people have an extra sex chromosome that aren't aware of the fact that they have one. And so Swire women is a good example of people that don't have an extra chromosome. It's called androgyne insensitivity syndrome. Are little baby boys that are flooded in, that for some reason have no testosteronal uptake in utero. And these Swire women that are born, they're born psychosexually, and I think I'm getting the right word, like they're phenotypically and psychosexually, I think that's the right word, but they look like women, they think they're women, they act like women, they don't have any gender dysphoria for the most part, and in fact, with donor oocytes, they can even carry children. With the right amount of hormones given throughout development, they actually can they can prepare their bodies and develop more and become more feminine. So when I'm out there saying to people, that's not, they're transvestigating, and I'm saying, no, that's probably a Swire woman, and I'm giving them the medical papers to show that these women exist and they can have children, and they're like, oh no, but that's such a subset. I said, no, we have we have fertility clinics all over the world. So not to mention the people going to get fertility help are only the people going to get fertility help are the ones that need it. We don't know if there's people with extra chromosomes, Down a chromosome, or Swire syndrome in the world that are making babies, because they wouldn't be the ones that anyone's fucking taking any medical reports on. So I can talk numbers of people that are, roughly, they'll say 1 in 20,000 people are intersex, but they'll also say 1 in 5,000 women has no vagina. So I don't know how to put all the numbers together, but it's something I'm actually working on to show that if we could all have access to an electron microscope, we might find that the distribution of genes, whether you're whether you're 45, 46, 47, 48 chromosome person, you may find that might start describing why, well, you're not a man, I'm a man. A real man does this, a real man does that, and vice versa. Women should be this way and a real woman's this way and not this way. If you find out that an X0/XX is different than an XX, different than triple X, right? And actually the X chromosomes have way less variation when it comes to all of these extras. Almost always extra chromosomes have a Y in them. So the 47 chromosome people almost always have a Y, whether they are, I guess, assigned woman or assigned female or male at birth. Because it's obvious. Anyways, now I'm just getting too far into it. But I would say that a small portion of 1 in 20,000 people is attributed to having a extra, like 48 chromosomes. So I don't know how many, but if we can say that there's 3 different types, or put them in 6 different types, because we're talking about different genders, then 1/6 of 1/20,000, 1 over 20,000 would be medically, if it's distributed normally, it would be medically accounted for. But I think a lot more people out there have extra chromosomes and are Down chromosomes than people think. Ensberg. Interesting at all?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you in the general principle that I think people are more genetically diverse than we're aware. You know, we don't know what
Mhm.
junk DNA is, for example.
Yeah.
We don't know the relationship between histamines, genes, and DNA.
It's kind of like an unfragmented computer, or sorry, a fragmented computer, something that hasn't been defragged yet. It's like we're trying to defrag things as we're learning about things. I do find it fascinating, though. But the thing about being in this kind of arena, having even just those ideas about people. So, you know, I could have started dragging people like, how tall are you? Oh, you're under 5'4". You're probably down a chromosome. Sorry, right? How tall are you? You're over 6'6", over 6'5". You probably have an extra chromosome, right? I'm not trying to diss you. I'm not saying it. It's just that that's the way it works. Turner syndrome seems to be pretty short, and Klinefelter seems to be pretty tall. And but so on and so forth. So it would just have become a drag, right? It would have just become another thing, even if people got on board with, oh, look at this new imaginary theory. It just would have been a something to say, drag Joe Cool about. I don't mean to pick on him; he can handle it. But I mean, 6'8", right? And he'd be like, "I'll show you what my extra chromosome shows me." Then, you know, I'm just saying he would just run with it. Makes me a Superman or something, and poo-poo people, and even not even identify with it, right? But just LARP with it. He wouldn't, though, actually, because he's too interested in cop watching and the other things. Too smart to take that bait. So, in essence, there's no point. So it's great. I'll just go back to where I was way back when, you know, long before YouTube, just thinking all by myself about these wonderful things that cross my mind and getting back to a place where I don't have to take my ideas to anybody.
Well, you know what I mean? You can always take them here. I'm
Thank
not
you.
going to freak out on you because that questions my religion, my faith, my identity, as it does many of the people out here on YouTube, right? Like,
Yeah.
see, there's no God and nothing I believe is real if what you're saying is true because, you know, God hates insert thing here and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not normal behavior. It's, you know,
Mm-hmm.
demon possession, whatever the fuck. Lizard people.
I can appreciate that you're pointing all of these things out because actually in my model, I could counter all of those things and explain why if there was anyways, but then I have to get into what is a what the everyone looks like that aren't medically radicalized, right? And I don't what I mean by medical radicalization is something is doing you such a disservice that you have a medical file that says bing, 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 big green lights, like, you know, either developmental delay as a result of this extra chromosome, cognitive differences, a higher rate of violence, lower cognition that has you actually being more often. Most of the studies I looked at in the late 90s, early 2000s, when it was easier to find information on the internet, because I have been looking into this stuff actually on not hardcore, but my neighbor, I had a neighbor once that was intersex. I'd never learned anything about it. So I was like amazed. I could go to the internet and look for something because the internet was always so imposing to me as someone who has a mind that loves to learn so much. It's like, I'll never study astrology or gematria or anything like that because my mind is a math mind and it loves to look for patterns. And I'd be just like I'd be living in a tent somewhere staring at the sky going crazy, writing on my tent walls if I tried to make sense of it all. Not because, yeah, it's just too big a system. So when I came to the internet, I never really knew what to look for. And I would look for new pyramids found around the world. Or I'd look for how-to videos, but I didn't even really know how to seek information on the internet. So when I'd come across these little gems where I'm just trying to get to know my neighbor and what's different about them, I looked into German research actually at the time, I just knew, for some reason, inherently, I knew to look into Germany and Japan and places that I don't know. I just went looking for German research into intersexism, and I found Klinefelter's studies of Klinefelter men and women in jails. And Klinefelter's is an extra chromosomal condition that actually, impairs cognition and tends to have with it comes extra propensity for violence, and that's why you could study these Klinefelter's men in jail, because there's more of them in there because they are violent, or let's just say they're not fitting into the world, perhaps because on top of the propensity for violence, there's anomalous genitalia. And not all, but many. And with their anomalous genitalia fitting into a world where, that's really important as a man, is enough to make a man with lower cognition and no understanding offered to him angry and not being able to find a place in the world. And it's just so tragic. I mean, I think it's absolutely tragic. If these are the kinds of men's rights activism things we should be talking about, why do we live in a world where that size can make a person feel so inadequate that, they've given up on life before they've even started, Or look at people who have chronic conditions of premature ejaculation throughout their entire life,
No such thing, in my opinion.
And, yeah, I would agree. I would say any person who thinks that they haven't got past that has not actually had someone intimately say, "Hey, that sounds like fun." Let's see how many times that, let's see how long it takes to actually extend those things out, right? So that it lasts longer and longer each time. To me, I mean, that would have always been something that would have been a welcome, you want to say, let's just see how many times we can practice so that stops, right? But instead, I think that there's men out there that think because that's happened with their one or two experiences, so excited, and then they felt so ashamed by it or whatever, that now they're sitting online complaining about women and their rejection instead of playing the numbers game that allows them to, have a relationship with their own excitement levels. A real relationship, not a person, with somebody else. Anyways, I agree. But that's the one thing I don't talk about publicly, is, and I've been very smart not to, is any kind of experience sexually I might have. People like to think I'm 500 pounds and, and a man or whatever. I just go along with that. Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. In this landscape where I just ended up red pill by red pill, having debates with, not debates, but conversations with people who think I'm inferior, and then decide to insult me and call me a man, I think I've decided to start taking it as a compliment. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Because they're saying, if I feel so inferior, if you are not so inferior to me that I have to include you in my club, blessed be. It's easier than arguing against any of it. So. Candace Owens, not that I've watched much big content creators like that, but sort of, the people who are really interested in what's viral. A couple friends that overlap into still watching stuff like that. She's going in on the Macron family, and something's going on in France, but she's getting into some interesting gender stuff and, just trying to confuse things. I was thinking that actually if I was to sit down and write down some of the ideas I have, that ironically the best thing to do would be to email them to Candace Owens and her friends and see if they can make sense of any of it. If there is any reality to her putting this on display. And if she really wants to get to the truth, which again, I don't know how much I really care to involve myself in some situation, but I do know that what I think I have discovered about this 45, 46, if you didn't know that was happening and you just ended up, being together because you were attractive and love and built a life together, you never intended to water down your beingness, then you may actually be very protective of your genetics, because you can't actually produce more 48 chromosome beings unless you sleep with 48 chromosome people, 46. So again, it's just blah blah. Let's talk. Let's redirect. Let's talk. What interests you? What's your favorite kind of car? Like, if you like watching cars being rebuilt and stuff, and some of them are old, do you have favorite cars, or do you?
Not really. I just like have experiences with cars, right? So my first ever car was a Dodge D100, and I'd like to, rebuild one someday.
I don't even know. I'll look it up. What a Dodge D100 looks like. I usually do know cars pretty well.
And yeah, I also had a Saab 900 turbo, which I think was
cool.
like an 18 valve engine, 16 valve, something like that.
So a D100 is a truck.
Yeah, I had a sidestep Utiline short bed with West Coast side views, and it was like a 72 maybe.
Let's see. A D100 swept line shortbread. The King is back. 1968 Dodge D100 short bed swept line. 1974. I put Uniline in. So I'm looking for.
With a T, Utiline.
Oh, Utiline. Thank you. Ah, nice. Okay, I got a picture now. I don't want a YouTube video. I just want images. Come on. Oh, nice. So did it have the... Let's see, I'm seeing an older... That's a 1950... No, that one's really old. 57. Just looking. 74. 72 Dodge D100 step side Utiline. Nice. I drove a 79 Austin Mini for 13 years.
Nice.
Yeah, that had been... Her name was Daisy Doolittle Buttercup Bomber Broom. Oops, just doxed myself.
So
sorry.
Weird.
Well, actually, I bought it off a guy who named Daisy Bomber. It was the Bomber. And I kept that in there. But yeah, you're right. I called her Daisy. That's all I called her. But she did end up like a cat with way too many names. Daisy Doolittle Buttercup Bomber Broom. My first car was a 65 Bug. It wasn't old enough to have the tiny window in the back. Someone had done a great job. One of the high schools up the street had put a lot of Bondo on this machine. I didn't even know what Bondo was, but it looked great. They'd done a great job, and it didn't have the little window, but it didn't have a gas gauge. So it had a stick you put in the tank, right, that you measured, and underneath the dash, if you ever ran out of gas, you just flipped a little toggle. It was just a bar sticking out, and you just turned this little thing, and you could go another, 20 miles or something. So I drove that for a few years till I smashed it. And I had, my next car was an Austin Mini. But someone had chromed it. The 79 Minis were pretty cool. They kind of were made with a bumper that was like it was black instead of chrome, and it sat out off the car and up and around it instead of like right up, snugged up to the car. That the chrome bumper was very aesthetically appealing, but actually was not designed to bump up against anything at all. Without, sure, I mean, obviously the bars that hold the bumper out are the ones that are really the important part. But it looked like a tough little Mini. And when I got it, it had one of the bumpers had been already turned over to chrome, and somebody had already started making the Mini look older. So I just kept with that process because it was easier to find the parts of the Chrome Minis than it was to find any parts on a 79 Mini. But if I could go back and do anything, I would have restored it to its 79 standing. It was such a cool, tough-looking little car. And if you've never driven an Austin Mini, I suggest you, if you ever have a chance, drive one. I mean, for a little, like, 998cc engine, I mean, the way it corners like a race car, because the narrow measurement between the wheels of the base, right? You can take corners so fast. Because I drove an Austin Mini for so long, now I drive a Kia Rio, a standard as well. And people are so used to being in automatic cars that, not that I actually have guests in my car or passengers very often, but when I'm driving along, I only gear down. I'm not a braker or whatever. I kind of drive like a race car person, the race car driver, you know? And I can always see the people beside me putting their foot down, like they have their own brake. I'm not even going this faster than the speed limit, but people are so used to the gears changing for them that even their bodies are used to a car decelerating at a certain rate. And if you don't decelerate at that kind of rate with a guest in your car, they get really tense, especially when you're not driving a sports car. Not that I mean to like show you the micro things I notice about people. I just like to drive standards. I like to, you know, accelerate quickly, decelerate quickly. I like that shit. It's fun. They say they're going to get rid of standard cars by, you know, a certain year. That's fucking retarded. They're not going to do that. They said that before with the parts, you know, we're not going to make parts for these cars anymore. And then what happens? Universal Part Company comes out, right? So there's absolutely no way they can stop making standard cars. Someone will come out and keep doing it because they're going to have to keep making parts for the cars that still exist. So,
I mean, technically corporations can do whatever the fuck they want now.
mm-hmm. My background's economics. And I never wrote the paper, but I finished all my coursework in a master's program. And excelled, actually. The best grades I ever got were in grad school. And one thing you learn in economics is the car market is where a lot of our economic theories are taught, because it's a market that was initially extremely competitive. It was so competitive, the cost of cars everywhere was crippling because everyone was producing all of their own parts, right? And then the collusion of the car industry is actually a lot larger than people think. And we know because you can get a Mazda, you know, what did I have once? A Mazda truck with a Ford engine, you know, a specific year where Mazda and Ford sort of got together and, you know, but they didn't keep doing it. But that I've always had the cars that kind of have that, oh my gosh, you should keep this minivan forever because it's got the perfect engine from this place. But actually the car industry, that's one of the reasons why we have so, when you can go out into the world and you look at cars and there's a uniformity to them, and the differences is in the lights or a different, you know, indent in the panel or whatever. It's because the global car industry, they colluded a long time ago, and not in a negative way. If they hadn't colluded to produce cars together, then no one could be able to afford cars. And that's why when you go back far enough and you start seeing these, you know, especially in the States, they had some amazing, you know, smaller car companies, you know, I can't even remember what some of them are called, but I've walked around my neighborhood 15, 20 years ago, you could see some of these cars that were, you know, you wouldn't even know where to get the parts from. I mean, you're going up and looking. And I bet there was more collusion to begin with than actual, because we would have actually at certain points as cars were being rolled out, not trusted parts coming from abroad, or, you know, people would have been like, I don't want no car with some part made in China or something like that. Meanwhile, of course, there was, you know, more crossover in any industry. So anyways, you end up learning more about the car industry than you think. The market for lemons is how they teach you how, I can't even remember what the dilemma about the market for lemons. So selling used, it had something to do with learning about selling used things. And I think indirectly I'd have to go look at it. It had something to do with the psychology of buying used things, but it always was all about cars. So,
Goodbye.
yeah, the car companies aren't nearly as separate as we think is really the gist of that. What do you drive now? Anything that impresses you?
I don't. I mean, I have a car, but I don't really drive anymore.
Yeah.
Not since the C19, you know?
Mm-hmm. You keep it insured though?
No.
No.
No,
I
actually.
also had my car off the road for a year. I've insured it again now. I really like Kias though. I'm really happy with my little car. It's one of my favorite cars I've ever had. In fact, I like it better than my Austin Mini. It's just a fun little car to drive, and it's got so much more bells and whistles. Like for an economy car, it's got heated fucking seats. Like, come on. It's got air conditioning and everything. Where I live, that's not, it may be standard now. I'd never bought new cars, but growing up and stuff, like we didn't, even in a hot culture, no one had air conditioning in their car. It was a bit of a luxury. And where I live, I definitely don't need it more than maybe 5 days a year, 10 days a year.
Lucky.
Oh, I live in paradise. Honestly, I live one of the best climates in the world, in my opinion. I mean, especially since where I live, it might only snow for 3 days a year because I'm so close to the ocean, but I can go visit my friend 15-minute drive away who will get snow that lasts for about a month. And then you can go an hour up island and, you can drive. It's a little bit further than, say, the mainland where people who like to ski live closer to the ski hill. But, I could get up at 5 o'clock in the morning in the wintertime and drive up island a couple hours and be on a really nice mountain, skiing the mountain, home in the evening, or spending time up there. So I'm only an hour further than a ski hill from anyone else, yet I don't ever have to go near any snow if I don't want to. So it really is a beautiful place. And then living on an island, there's a bit of aspects of island life that kind of go with COVID life. Like a lot of people come to an island to get away from everybody else. It's a huge island. It's 43rd largest island in the world. It's not, you couldn't drive around it. I mean, well, you could if they made a road. It's not that big, obviously, but there is actually no road around the island, and the roads only go up about 3/4 up the island, and then you have to take a boat to the top of the island from a port to another port. It's beautiful. Yeah, I'm below the 49th parallel. I look out at the Cascades. They're huge. You live across an ocean from mountains that, depending on what the weather looks like, they can actually look taller on some days and shorter and further on other days. And it's amazing. I don't know what it's like for people. I've always lived with mountains in my view. Huge mountains. A wall of them. Beautiful. They're so big, actually, that you can see the weather system that's affecting the coast of Washington, and you can look above the weather system, right? Like you're in the plane, but you're on the ground. And you can see what's happening across the water just based on how much of the mountains you can see and stuff. It's pretty cool. The other day was just the whole line. And in fact, here we don't have, this people spraying or whatever, that doesn't happen here. I mean, sure, you can see that there's a jet stream in the sky once in a while, it's just a jet stream. So, living on the end of an island, too, the weather changes really quickly. It's the motto you tell new people when you come here. Don't like the weather? Wait 15 minutes. I actually left my door this morning. I walked out, got in my car, and it was a downpour where I was. I drove 5 minutes away. I had to go stand in line for something, and just the 5 minutes away, I got there, and the downpour, the downpour hadn't stopped. It just wasn't there. So the rain had already been there and had moved past the wall of rain. So it was still raining at my house, but it wasn't raining 5 minutes away. Anyways, it changes really fast here.
Where are you?
The southern tip of Vancouver Island, Victoria, the capital of BC.
Oh, that's some Canadian shit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am. Hey, so I learned something about America the other day that I want to know if this is true. And it's about the way you guys can sue each other and who pays. And I'm sure it varies state by state. But let's say I've threatened you and you're suing me for that threat, right? I've said straight up, I'm gonna whatever violence. I'm gonna violence you. And I've threatened you so much that you feel like you have a case to go. I'm assuming that if you think you have a civil case, you still have to go through the police to report that this is happening, that I've threatened you. And then the police decide if this is a real threat, then it can go to a civil court. Is that right? So that the civil court is, because it's a threat. I haven't actually broken any laws, but I've caused you emotional duress enough, I guess, through my threats to you, that you're going to civilly sue me. And in front of a jury of your peers, the jury will decide whether I have caused you harm in such a way that I owe you money. Is that true?
I mean, roughly speaking, sure, but I've never heard of anybody suing over a threat having emotional damage.
Yeah. Like, you'd have to really prove it, right? You'd have to be like, somehow prove that this slander or this threat, was so credible that
That it caused
I
you
had,
harm.
that you were, you not gone to work for fear of your life and, in essence, lost your job, right? Like, there'd have to be a loss of income being able to be proved.
Well, that's one way to show damages, sure.
What would be another non-monetary way of showing damages?
Well, everything is monetary in the United States.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, what would be another monetary way I could have caused you harm through that threat that you could sue me?
Emotional distress.
And people do get paid for emotional distress without
Yeah,
proving, okay, it's X number of days of work?
well, no, that would be punitive.
Uh-huh.
And I'm actually not an expert on this, so I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but I think you would have to also show damages. But then you
So,
could get punitive rewards on top of the damages.
So, for instance, a doctor has stated that that you were of sound mind and body beforehand, and now you're just messed. You're on drugs and medication, and and it definitely is because of this violence that violent threat and the fear of my violence against you that created the downfall of you mentally, such that the doctor has stamped, yes, guaranteed, this event caused that to this person.
Yeah.
And then, so here, okay, so in that case, if I have no money, this is the next part. This is the main part of the question. So, the jury of peers has decided that I owe you whatever arbitrary amount. I'm sure it's based on previous case law, $100,000 or $50,000 or whatever the thing is. So we'll say $100,000. I do know that there's cases up. So okay, I'll get back to this. So I learned the other day that if I don't have the money in that case and the jury finds me guilty, that in your tax system, the system pays.
I don't believe that's true.
I don't think so either, because in that moment I was like, aha, got you guys, you're socialists, right? You're socialists, if that's the case.
Oh, America's definitely socialist.
Definitely. Yeah, because I think that the fear of being sued and the idea of being sued in the States, because we hear that you guys can sue each other, is enough for people to run around threatening to sue each other when they've never actually even talked to a lawyer. And see, up here in Canada, we don't have a "you hurt my feelings." We don't have laws where you hurt my feelings and I can get paid because you hurt my feelings. We don't have debtors' prisons. You can't go to jail for owing the government money. You can go to jail for frauding the government. Well, yeah, you can go to jail for certain levels of fraud. But even if I intentionally, double dipped in some social system, I would never go to jail for that. They would just punitively collect off your taxes or off your,
Intentionally?
yeah, even if you intentionally did
Intentionally
it.
is fraud, yeah.
Yeah, but if you intentionally committed some level of low-level fraud in this system, they would just get their money back with huge interest penalties and likely cut you off a system, right?
More
So
likely
you
to
can't
do that in the United States, too. They'd rather
exactly,
have the
right?
money than have you in jail.
Exactly. So
But they
only
make example
major
out of people.
I see. Yeah. It's even my friend who ran a company where he had employees instead of where they actually were by definition employees, but he was paying them as subcontractors in a loophole. And he ended up, the government came in and sussed out his paperwork and was like, no, right? And in essence, he was in a position now where he had to pay the remittances because most people in Canada don't realize that when I remit to the government, 2.5% for my employment insurance, that the actual employer is also remitting 2.7% to match for a 5 point something percent. So to pay me my wage, of whatever, $20 an hour, they're also paying a percentage of remittance into CPP, a percentage of remittance over and above into the EI system, the employment system. They're putting a percentage into your holiday pay, right? Which actually doesn't, when we think about our wages, and we get basically an extra day paid. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, just sorry, I had a phone call coming in. Sometimes it trips it up. So in essence, they also pay these extra holiday pay, which if you have a full-time job is an extra time and a half day paid per month. So, your wage is actually quite a bit higher, plus paying that this is now the business side of things, but paying an accountant to do it all for you. So to pay $20 an hour can, I could do the math, but let's just say it's $27 an hour. People don't realize that. So when this government came into my friend, he had a really big company too. And he's like, oh no, you've been doing this all wrong. It's not like he can go back to these guys that work for him still and say, oh, hey dudes, we were skirting the system. I need to charge you 2.5% retroactively and, and all your remittances. No, he has to pay both now. So they slapped him with a $200,000 bill, and in essence, just like can happen in broken families and the cost of a broken family, my friend just walked away from producing money in the system at all for other people, right? He walked away from being an employer. He walked away from working in any way that the government would ever get his $200,000 back, right? Because he was never going to have it. I mean, it literally crippled the whole business. So, but he didn't go to jail for it, and that was fraudulent. I mean, he wasn't gaining, he was gaining, but so was everybody else in the system, but he's the employer. He's the responsible one. So yeah, sitting on a system somewhere is bing, bing, bing. Every time you work, we're going to keep all your taxes until you pay us back $200,000. Now in Canada, he could appeal that, right? Especially once he's taken himself out of the labor force for a while, he could get that knocked down, likely substantially. But most people don't, go looking for that kind of stuff. Like, they aren't going to take the time to hire a lawyer or take the time to go to an accountant to try and, because now you're throwing more money at a problem that you've already decided no business is worth employing anyone else again ever to pay the government back $200,000 or $100,000 or $50,000, because it's the attitude of skirting the system to begin with that had him, not wanting to pay. So he's definitely not going to do anything now to try and pay. So, but no debt, no debt, no prison. So it has to be like a blue collar crime. I would say blue collar. I mean, I know that sounds blue collar. I mean, it's not. They were tradespeople, but he was running a pretty big company. So I don't know at what level you go to jail for fraud. I would think it has more to do with frauding something bigger than a system that's designed to get money from you annually anyway. Yeah,
Usually they just have you pay. You know? They'd rather have the money.
yeah. So in essence, this whole "I'm gonna sue you" is more of a unbased, like an unsubstantiated threat
Yeah.
that's kind of hangs over people.
Because
and
Americans are very litigious, so they think they can sue over everything. Because companies do, and Americans identify with corporations like, you know, they're people. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
Most people don't go around suing. You can't really sue. Like, you got to get a lawyer who's willing to take your case.
Yeah,
If you're a crackpot and you have no case, no
yeah.
lawyer's going to fuck with you. Now, you can file all the lawsuit paperwork you want.
So technically, the threat of litigation is acts as a monitoring device, ideally, on people's behaviors. So I'm not saying that people behave bad. Some people would behave better because they think they might get sued if they do a thing. But other people use the threat of litigation as a monitoring device to, you know, like the stick.
Well, you know, people who threaten to sue you are assholes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They're that person, you know?
Funny because I do have a few girlfriends. I have specifically one that I know that's always looking. She actually had a you talk about crazy people and their fucking mating rituals, man. Like, I had this girlfriend who used to have these crazy fights with her boyfriend in their 20s, and this boyfriend was a guy who kind of was alternatively employed throughout his life. So at one point he was a BMX he was big in the BMX world. He got sponsored in the BMX world. He was like some sort of BMX tester guy who got injured and got a payout because he was injured. And through that, I don't know if he got into weed growing or selling or something like that. But in essence, he was not someone who's traditionally worked in the labor force. And likely, I actually know that he was someone who had received an insurance payout. So they used to have these fights where it got so bad that one time she was in her car and he jumped on the front of her car as she was backing down a driveway, right? So he jumps on her car as she's backing down the driveway. She slams on her brakes, right? Intentionally. Well, partly because there's a person on her car, but also I'm sure she knew if she slammed the brakes on that he would fly off. So he goes to ICBC, our insurance corporation in our country. We only have one car insurance company in my province. They have a monopoly. You can get added insurance. They've actually gone way more mainline. It's more competitive, but back then it was like, okay. So he goes to ICBC, you know, he goes to the hospital, he goes to ICBC, and a lawsuit started against my friend for bodily harm from and it's you know, it's big. This isn't like, oops, I bumped into you on the car. This is like I used my car as a weapon, but he jumped on it, right? So I think she would have won, actually, if she'd ever gone into it and said, look, the dude jumped on my car and it was reflex to fucking hit the brakes. But instead, this fighting couple, right, who must be addicted to makeup sex, they still continue to have a relationship after this. And the relationship for the next 2 or 3 years goes like this: marry me and I'll drop the lawsuit. Drop the lawsuit and I'll marry you. So now flash forward to a few years later when they've actually broken up and 10 years just before the 10-year mark, this guy is dating a lawyer. This guy's dating a female lawyer, and they decide to take the case to trial because it actually is going to time out, lapse out,
Don't
right?
ever do this again.
And so
I
this
need
lawyer,
people I can
girlfriend
depend on.
of this guy, and I'm sure
This is
probably because
Carmichael.
he is not bringing
Hurston's
in a
continuing
traditional income in
greatness
any
relies
way,
on
and
you.
she's a lawyer, and he's probably
Please
actually,
start
you
to
know,
sign and
banging her
on time.
just so that she can take on this case for him. They end up suing my girlfriend, and my girlfriend, who's such an explosive freak anyway, right? Ends up screwing the pooch and being a bitch and a crazy fucking fighter with her lawyer, and she ends up firing 2 different lawyers and representing herself, and we know where that turns out, right? We know where that turns out. So at the just before the 10-year mark, my girlfriend gets slapped with, I don't even know, $200,000 was paid out through ICBC to the injured party, and
What's
now
ICBC?
ICBC is our insurance company. So the car insurance company pays the loss to this man. And now, but because it was marked down as intentional, like it was again, I don't know the proper words, but it was like assault with a motor vehicle. That it's not actually covered by insurance. So if she wants to get her car insured ever again, she needs to pay back this money. Now, in Canada, we don't have such a shitty system that, you know, she could just be paying some money and get her license back. But just like my friend with his business, my girlfriend was like, oh, fuck, I'm not, you know, she just backed right out. She wasn't going to have them garnish her wages to pay a man, or, well, because indirectly pay the man, but to pay the insurance company back. And eventually, after like many years of not working, she finally approached ICBC saying, like, I'm basically fucked and disabled, and, you know, I definitely need a car to get around. And she actually really was. She has some sort of eye degenerative problem where she's not legally blind or anything, but she's just a princess anyway. She'll find a way. And who doesn't not want to have a car when you can drive? But so she goes to ICBC and she says, "Hey, like, I really will never have the money to pay this back. I'm disabled, and I need a car to get around. Like this, I need to be able to get around. And even if I was going to get a job, like, I can show you that I can't get around without a car to get a job. So how am I supposed to pay you back without a car?" And she ended up getting her driver's license back. But I mean, she's never paid any of the $200,000. It's still sitting on there, you know. So we have a very forgiving system, and in that case, that's where, you know, if everybody in the United States was insured somehow by the municipality, such that this, you know, the case where I was giving you earlier, where I hurt you, and, you know, you've proven that, and through litigation you've got it, then that would make sense if you all paid into some sort of like personal insurance just by existing, you know, but you don't. So, you know, the car insurance example makes more sense. Anyways, people are nuts. They're fucking crazy. But there is cases up here. That's where I was going to go. I was going to say, I know that woman, because she was in that situation. I mean, she's someone who's looking now, and she does have some, you know, she would have, anyways, won't get into situations that happened to her as a teenager that she might be now like running around a place being like, why is the chief of this place? Anyways, you know, there is tragedy in her early life. But I would go, so anyways, I'm not going to talk about my friend and her 16-year-old, you know, as a 16-year-old and her relationship with her friend's dad. But she's the kind of person that would be going around looking for reasons to sue. So we do have them up here too. Actually, I remember that friend coming to my house once and staying here when she had no money. And so she's got a place to stay. I'm not charging her any rent. She's kind of lost. She doesn't know what she's doing with her life. And the bank calls her one day. And to, you know, the visa company or whatever, calling her saying, are you going to make a payment? And she's used to, you know, I told her, like, why do you even answer these phones if you don't have any money? But instead she answers the phone and she starts screaming at the person on the other end, you know, it's people like you, and I'm going to kill myself. And you got me in the background being like, hang up the phone, right? Hang up the phone, right? And I'm hollering to the person on the other end of the phone, don't listen to her, right? It's a ploy, you know, you can't scream, you know, you can't scream, you're going to delete yourself. Because the bank called, right? In fact, in our country, like, the bank actually would have just cause to call the police and send in a wellness check. I mean, just by saying that, they wouldn't waste their time. But, you know, if everyone was, you know, enforcing the laws, then just stating that as a worker at work, you know, then you could, we're all on cell phones now. When it used to be landlines, you'd know where she was when you talked to her. But yeah, anyone in this country with enough concern can call a wellness check on anyone else. You don't even have to know who they are. Most people don't enact that, but it's so that if my neighbor up the hall is, you know, constantly making noise and sounds like there's a problem, you know, I can call and say, I don't even know this person. I can tell you what apartment they're in, but I am concerned for their well-being. You know, they're losing their mind, you know, screaming at YouTube people all the time. No, I haven't had any wellness checks on me yet. Thank you very much. No, I got ahead of those when I was being threatened. I was being threatened online. I'll call your dad. I'm call the police. I'm going to send people to your house. I was like, it's really easy to curb that. You call non-emergency police and have a totally lucid discussion with people about how insane things are. And people say, oh, you called the police. No, what I did was I put on record, okay, that I'm fucking lucid. All right. So if someone calls to check on me, a family member is the only one who can actually directly send someone to your house without any just cause. Anyone else would have to have some pretty good evidence, or a neighbor who could actually say, hey, like, you know, someone in close proximity could also do it, but not someone just from across the country. But it was a very funny conversation that I actually had with the non-emergency police about how crazy people are post QAnon. You know, that's the one thing that people don't realize about police officers, at least in our system, probably in your system too. More police officers send people to the psych ward than any psychiatrist ever would. It's the police officers feeding the psychiatric institutions. So, had a great conversation with a really funny guy. And, you know, at the end I said, so, how you feeling about my lucidity? Because I know you're basically the, you know, the EMP that takes the crazies into the thing. And he's like, you're fine. I'm like, cool. I just want you to mark all that down. Right? Just mark it down in case some fucking nut job on YouTube decides to try and send someone my way. It's all going to be fine. I would have been fine even if somebody showed up at my house, but I would have probably been super offended that someone had the ability to do that. So I wanted to make sure that if my name was ever put in there, and because I was stupid enough to come out here with my full name, so. Anywho, it's all good. I think only people that might have been institutionalized are people who threaten other people with the threat of institutions.
Target friendly.
I would never think that to someone. I would never think to. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's my way of saying I've never been institutionalized, and trust me, anytime I've sat down with a psychiatrist to try and ask what the fuck is wrong with me, there's nothing wrong with me that can be medically. There's nothing wrong with me medically. There's nothing that any psychiatrist says, oh, this, you know, anytime I've talked to a medical professional that's like, hey, you know, if you need pills every day to engage with people, then you should probably just get away from those people. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea, right? So, whatever people want to say about me. Certifiably not insane. Certifiably gifted and emotionally struggles at times, but certifiably not any of those major conditions. Yeah, the best I could get was ADHD, which was actually called ADD when I got it, because I don't manifest as a hyper person. Well, you would know I manifest as a hyper. YouTube knows I'm a hyper person, but it's mentally and verbally, not in physicality. How goes the quests? I actually wasn't watching. When I went looking for that truck, I didn't put this back on.
I crashed into the space station and exploded.
How long do you have to wait between Like if you crash your ship, is there some sort of repair time?
Yeah, there's like an insurance claim process.
That makes sense. And is this a game that costs money to play?
No. You have
No.
to buy it, but it's free to play.
Yeah. Can you use money to give yourself advantages in the game if you wanted to?
Not really. Pretty much anything you can buy, you can get in the game. And the stuff you can buy is comparable to what you get in the game. But say you don't do fuck all in the game whatsoever, you could buy yourself your first gun, your first armor, if you just kept
Mm-hmm.
spending money. But essentially, then I don't know what you're doing in the game.
Good point.
So it's an advantage in that, if I go play a mission, I'm going to come out with some armor and some ammo and some guns. You will start with all that, if you buy it, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some people, a couple friends, a couple of my friends that have played Tank Force for a long time. Excuse me, if that's the right name for a game that you can also acquire all of these things over time, but a lot of people can pay a lot of money to soup up their tanks and stuff, and in essence you can end up with sort of two philosophies of playing the game. And one is like in these big, or in, I don't, not philosophies of playing the game, but the people who have a lot of money invested in the game are not as fun to play against as the people who don't, because
Yeah,
they
it's
just
pay
have
to win.
so much. Yeah, it's pay to win. So, but the guys that I know, one of them I know plays the game offline, because then he doesn't have to deal with that. And the other friend I know plays the game online, but he actually is a very, quiet wait. He does a lot of waiting, and strategizing, and does tend to play on his own. May have one or two friends that plays the same way, in a way that sometimes they band together and can do stuff. But excuse me, I don't mean to be coughing in your ear if that's really loud. My Discord,
not.
okay, good. My Discord volume button ends up being hard. Yeah,
Welcome. To
pulls
the
up
ASOP
differently.
vehicle
Too
retrieval
many button
system.
clicks.
Your insurance claim has been set. Thank you.
Yeah, so like I don't pay anything, and I have, armor that I'll always have no matter what, that I start off in the game with, weapons. If you have like, let me see, let me check. Let's see. Shop. Price option, high to low. So the most expensive ship in the game is $725. It'd take me like a month of casual play to be able to afford it in the game for free.
Well, and doesn't it make it more rewarding to sort of earn it?
Yeah, plus that all that money making will be fun. It'll be doing actual cool stuff, not grinding bullshit. Unless I'm into
And
grinding bullshit, you can do grinding bullshit. If you want to
yeah.
take a box and move it from over here to over there, over and over again all day, and get paid, you can do that in this game. If you want to,
Oh, I see. So you could actually earn the money faster doing something different, but it's repetitive.
potentially, um, but you can do whatever you want. You can even mine for this stuff.
Please visit us again.
Got it.
Goodbye.
Kind of like you would be able to in the real world, like go do different jobs to earn money.
And you could be a criminal, or you could be a bounty hunter, or you could be like me and be a cop who's actually really a smuggler.
Welcome
Interesting.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered.
I probably could play these kinds of games a little. I don't have very good hand-eye coordination when it comes to video games. I was really good at Tetris when I was young, and I really enjoyed that. And I spent a lot of time, my jobs have always been, my jobs and the school I've done has always been sort of male-dominated fields. And in essence, I've hung out with a lot of men in my life. And when I was younger, the group of men I hung out with played a lot of video games, watched a lot of UFC on a secondary computer. And, I've watched a lot of people play video games in my life. It doesn't bore me, but I never got into playing. And in my early 30s, I had a boyfriend that moved back to the States, couldn't take all this stuff with him. And I ended up with a PlayStation 2. And then I went to house sit for my mom for a couple of weeks. And I took this PS2 with me. I'd just been using it to watch movies. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna rent some games, okay? I'm gonna see how well I can play this, because I got nothing to do for 2 weeks but feed the dogs. And so I get Sims Family or something. And I get some Japanese ball game where you roll around and it gets bigger and bigger and picks everything up. I can't remember what it was called, but all you do is just roll this ball around these cities and it just picks up everything in its way. And the better you can go by the end of the time clock, the bigger your ball gets, and the more you pick up, the more fun the game is or something. So that one should have been easy, right? You think that one would be easy, just rolling this ball around, trying to pick stuff up. Well, it wasn't for me. And then the music was so loud and it just, it just glitched me out. But I thought, okay, well, that's not the one for me. So I spent a lot of time in this Sims game. And I didn't mind the Sims game, although it's kind of repetitive, feeding and toilet and all this jazz. Like, I never got into Tamagotchis or anything like that. Shout out Rose777 who likes to collect YouTubers like Tamagotchis. But anyways, the Tamagotchis. So I did that. Then I do the Sims game, and you'll find this funny. I think you might find this funny. So I'm playing the Sims game, and I'm doing all the quests that, allow me to, like, get a boyfriend and then get married, right? So suddenly, right after I'm married, there were quests, and I think, there were quests that started implying that I'm supposed to, like, cheat on my husband, right? Like, and so I was doing the quest, and there'd be this one, like, try and, like, kiss this guy or try and get something from this, I can't remember exactly what the quests were, but I'm like, I'm a married sim, okay? Like, I'm not kissing some guy. I'm married now. So the quests kept coming along. You'd have 3 quests at a time, and so I'd be doing the first quest and the second quest and ignoring the fucking cheating quest, and then another quest would come in that was like, against my morals as a person. and I'm like, fuck, I'm not kissing that girl either, Sims. Okay, no, I don't want to kiss a girl. I'm married, right? And so finally all 3 quests were things that I didn't want to do. And so I did that. I had to continue the game. I'm at 49% in the game. I do the first quest and it's no problem, right? I do the second quest and it's no problem. Well, the third quest I'd been tagging along with me for so long, I understand better. I'd fucked up the metadata in this game. Like, this quest was never going to go away. It didn't matter how I tried to. I tried every possibility. I was writing down the combinations of the things I could do so I could cross them off and show that I've tried everything I can possibly do in whatever order I can possibly do it. And I cannot, thank goodness, because I couldn't kiss and hit on this man, right? That I was supposed to be kissing and hitting on, but I literally broke the game. I broke the game with my morals. And and it was so silly. It's just a Sims game. But I was hoping that we'd get to this. Now we have little baby Sims, right? If I have to go feed and stuff, I'm going to go buy a little crib for my nursery and stuff. No, it didn't. Maybe it got there after I was willing to cheat on my husband. I don't know. I never got that far. But that's my experience with video games. And if I could go back to saying what I was really good at, it was the games that were on a black DOS screen. And you're like, look left, look right, walk forward, open door. Look, sees the chest, walk, open chest, right? Where you're just like in a dark room, in a space with no... Yeah, those were the video games I was good at. If one can even call it a video game back then.
You should try this one.
That's what I was thinking. Like this one might be okay for the hand-eye. Do you use keyboard controls or a joystick or a
Keyboard
controller?
and mouse.
Yeah. I think that's what I got. You were saying that, I think, when I was talking to you from chat last time. Yeah, I think I could use, because when I was good at Tetris, I excelled at Tetris on the computer, and I excelled it on my Game Boy. And then I was pretty good on the Nintendo system, but that is that's now on a controller, but you're only using like 2 buttons anyway, right? So I think I could be okay with, I'd be better with keyboard commands and then with the mouse.
I'd recommend all 3 for this game, if you can. But I just use keyboard and mouse. You need like
There's certain
joysticks,
things.
keyboard, and mouse.
So is if you were going to use a joystick for this? Do they call them joysticks still? Can you buy joystick controllers and use an actual joystick to do things? They still use those?
Yeah, but you want probably like one that is designed like a throttle from an aircraft.
Mm-hmm. And then they're all, if you had those all, you'd have them all plugged in at the same time. Would you have to push a button when you were switching from your keyboard commands to your controller? Or could you just pick up the controller and the game knows which to prioritize?
You just use it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to switch back. You can use them all at the same time.
Cool. Because I am definitely looking for healthier pastimes.
Well, for this, then I would recommend regular stretching and exercising, between cutscenes.
Thank you. I need those reminders.
But, yeah, as far as YouTube panels go, this is nowhere near as toxic. And frankly, like, some games are, and I leave. I don't like those games. I tend not to like them already. They tend not to be my kind of game.
What kind of game would be an example of that? And what would be the actions in the game that make it distasteful or, just
Call
the
of Duty. And just like, people like calling each other names and putting people down, harsh language.
Yeah. Are there different groups of Call of Duty like online? So like, or does everybody access the same game? So a 15, like could you kids is there a kids Call of Duty where they can play, or is it just a setting so that you can't talk to adults but you're playing the same game? If you're playing publicly.
There's not a lot of customization. You're basically stuck with everybody.
Interesting. For someone who wanted children so bad through her life, as I get older, this is just the beauty of it. I was in my late 30s, early 40s, where I was like, look, lady, you knew you couldn't have. I've never been one to blame men for my inability to have a good relationship, even if I know that it's my broken picker and their broken picker, so they weren't perfect either, right? So we're both two incapable people trying to do something capable. And who cares which one's less healthy than the other? I'm just saying, for me, I was the kind of person that definitely didn't approach the world like I was blaming the men for my bad decision making. And I've been really careful. It's something that made me actually really unique in comedy. I don't do my comedy sets online because that's talking about my private life, because I was talking about dating and my experiences dating, and a bit of shock humor and a lot of accountability, right? A lot of crazy stories and a lot of accountability. But I realized that I always knew I didn't have the skills to have a relationship good enough to have children and wanted them. And instead of like trying to fix that, I was just continuing with toxic relationships, prioritizing sex first. And so once I hit my late 30s, I started realizing like I might not have grandchildren, right? And I was like, whoa, that really hit me hard. I'm like, holy fuck, like if I don't have kids, I'm not gonna have grandkids. And it was at that point that I thought, how long can one be consciously aware of something that's actually causing them some strife and not do things to fix it? So that's when I found the comedy stage, and on the comedy stage, I transformed from someone who was a desiring and telling people why I didn't have children to I divided the room. I showed that that we could be proud not parents, and in fact, in comedy setting, most people in the room aren't. Became this beautiful woman telling these crazy stories that people just can't see why you don't have this family. But in the process, like totally transmuted it to this like it's really good. The grass is really fucking green over here, you know. It's like a good, and it's such a, sometimes I just marvel now in my 50s that like there's no pain over that, that there's this like, and now there's this horizon of freedom ahead of me, which I can choose to engage in some sort of familial style. There's lots of people out there that are dating in their 50s and established or not established, but there's also this, like, I've done a thing really good. I have a beautiful apartment. I'm half a block from the ocean. It's a corner unit. It's 750 square feet. I live in a place whether I do or don't have a car, I can go anywhere I want by foot. I can walk the ocean down to take 20 minutes, walk downtown along the ocean front. Like, you can't ask for a better life, And the only thing I have to prepare for is, as a non-homeowner, is at some point, the price of this place will put me in a position where I'll either have to leave this city altogether or figure out how to, figure out how to stay. So that will either be putting yourself on a co-op housing list or applying when the time is right for getting in on some sort of like seniors living, independent living or whatever. But for the meantime, which I did find out with my apartment building, that we're not in the next 7-year budget for renovations that involve evictions. So I got 7 more years of living in paradise. Without worrying about, and I pay 40% of what someone would pay for this apartment if I left this apartment. 40, maybe 50%, but more like 40% of what they would charge for this apartment if I were to leave. That's how much the rent's gone up in the 14 years that I've been here, 12 years that I've been here.
Dr. Bolin, you're needed in recovery.
Thank you for visiting Kelto RX. Feel
Some
better?
racket, huh? Capitalism.
Yep. Yep.
Being your best.
It's a real motherfucker.
I just want to see where the apes out there in the wild are hoarding bananas in a cave somewhere and thugging each other to share the bananas,
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval
charging
system.
extra bananas to each other to,
Your insurance
I don't know.
claim has been sent.
It's a very strange system. It's definitely,
Thank you.
I'm definitely all for, I've seen enough on YouTube.
But you don't
to know-
understand. I own the building where we box the bananas. And you know the little picture on the box? I made that. And if I didn't take on a bunch of debt, that doesn't mean anything if I don't pay it back. Then you wouldn't have a banana boxing place. So I get all the banana money. I don't just get most of it, I get all of it. And then I decide how much you get. Because again, I own the banana building. You don't own a banana building. What good are you?
Exactly.
You don't do shit. All you do is pick bananas.
Do you want to know something interesting? Do you know about, speaking of bankers, okay? Do you know what an eruv is?
No, I don't think so.
So it's a loophole. It's a banker loophole. I'm just going to call them bankers, okay? So I don't actually vilify. Anyways, doesn't matter. But the bankers, we kind of know who the bankers are. Anyways, an eruv used to actually think there was a fishing line up there, but now they know it's a symbolic fishing line. But I can just imagine back in the days when they were repairing the fishing line up in the sky. Anyways, an eruv is a delineated space around, guaranteed there'd be a synagogue in every eruv, but essentially an eruv is a boundary around a space that it allows the space within that space to all count as one common home. Let's just say it allows that. So on the Sabbath, if you're inside the eruv, it's the same as being inside your home, which means that inside your home on the Sabbath, you can do all the things that you can't do publicly. So, you know, you can't push a baby carriage. It's using, I don't know enough about the rules, but you can't carry money and use money. Well, Diner's card is very convenient for that. But in essence, it allows the bankers to continue to conduct business on a day that they actually claim they're not conducting business. And in essence, you know, nullifies, if you can see where these eruvs are. So if you look at the eruv in Manhattan, it's actually most of Manhattan is an eruv, which means that every Jewish person living in Manhattan can conduct business in Manhattan without breaking the Shabbat. And if there's public land inside the eruv, i.e. Central Park in Manhattan, then if it's not owned by the community within the eruv, if it's not owned by the bankers or the Jewish community, then they rent that. They pay the city money to rent the land to claim it within the eruv, so that it is still an extension, so that, you know, a person on the Shabbat, you know, can still recognize the Shabbat. I don't know if I'm using the lingus right, and go and walk through the park and push their baby carriage through the park and not be breaking any of the rules. And it's quite fascinating, because when you look at the eruvs around the world and where they are, and, you know, and then start seeing the cities that may not have an eruv, every synagogue is an eruv, obviously, is itself an eruv.
So you can do business inside of a synagogue on the Sabbath?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can. And then if you look at, say, the concept of underground tunnels, right? Maybe someone wouldn't rent you a space, but you own spaces on either side of that space, right? And you just have a stubborn neighbor that is like, no, I won't sell out, and no, you can't even pay me a stipend to consider my house within the eruv. Then I might actually, you know, create an underground infrastructure that allows me to transport myself from, say, a community to another community. Now, I know people be like, well, that's not, you know, that's pretty unfeasible. Like, not every Jewish person has but the eruv, but the synagogue has enough money to do that. And then we don't even have to worry about it, because we know Manhattan itself has a subway system, right? So I would bet you that actually the subway system itself is considered a part of the eruv, and that in fact, outside of, so long as you travel underground via the subway from one community into Manhattan on the weekend, so long as you're transporting yourself publicly on this transit system, there probably is bigger extensions outside of the eruv than we think. And I would go so far as to say that in some cities that don't have an eruv, even in the West here, that the entire city itself is the eruv, and that's why they haven't actually claimed that. You know, my hometown, for instance, I was there when they built the first synagogue, at least the biggest synagogue, because the girl that came to my school and moved there, it was her father who was financing it, or being the one who was. They'd built a house so big that in their basement, it was the coolest house I've ever been in, because they built the house so that they could hold their services And it functioned as a temporary temple, I guess, or synagogue until they built the real synagogue. So their basement had this sound system that was out of this world for the 80s. It was huge open space, and it was just fun after the synagogue had been built. It was fun to be in this. We get to go down and hang out in this basement that was like an echo chamber, let's just say. It was huge. And the basement of this house went a lot bigger on the property than the footprint of the house, obviously, because, well, it was designed to hold a lot more people. They were very wealthy. They had a speaker system and an intercom system throughout their house, obviously, because they were wired the basement for, to work like a church, a synagogue. But what was even more interesting was, like, once you got in the basement was how goddamn big it is, right? And then I look at these situations where I have a friend who just bought a house in the same neighborhood as that, and as that house, and in the basement had been blocked off a pub, right? So when he goes down into his basement and digs a little bit deeper and takes down a wall, behind it on his property was a whole, it wasn't anything fancy, but it was a whole other room to his house, like the YouTube channels show, that once he got in there, it was a bar, right? Like, so I do think that there's, people like not just Howard Hughes or Hugh Hefner or whoever that was that had where they claim that is Hugh Hefner the Playboy Bunny guy?
Yes.
Yes. So Hugh Hefner, they claim that Hugh Hefner's house in Hollywood, for instance, had some underground transit to it, and that there's and it would make sense to me, some of these big estates and stuff that were set up by developers in the past would have it. I'm not trying to be all conspiratorial and say that they're doing anything, except for I would say some of these tunnels have to do with, getting yourself to the main Aruve and making sure that transit from your little household, which on the Sabbath is already, like, however it works, it's already fine for you to break all those rules in your house, right? It's not like you have to turn off the lights and stuff. You can leave the lights on in your house, or I don't know what the rules are, but you're allowed to push your baby carriage around your own property, So I wouldn't be surprised if in some cases these stories of, say, Hugh Hefner's home, and the reason that they even say that the tunnel's there, I would bet you Hugh Hefner's home is designed so that he can transport himself to the Aruve and it extends like a little network underground, and that these subway systems that are, public, if we were to actually, you go past all sorts of stops in subway systems if you've ever been on a subway in a big city, like, you go past old stops that are so cool, they look like they're from like a steampunk era. Oh, we don't use this stop anymore. It's like, well, yeah, but and most of the cities that I've been in my life seem to have taken a population dip, and now they're just gentrifying. So now I'm getting into a little bit of my conspiratorial mind, but I'm actually basing it on some sound reality, yeah, it's just an interesting tidbit of information about the bankers. And yeah. Well, Dennison, I have to go for 12:35. I have to be somewhere. I should probably powder my nose and make myself presentable.
Literally?
Literally.
Powder your nose?
Yes, literally. Well, no, I don't actually wear makeup or do cocaine, so in any respect, but I definitely do need to ready myself for I'm in my home clothes, so I should put make sure I brush my hair and do the things that make me look presentable.
Systems on.
But I'll check and see if you're back here later. This has been exceptionally stabilizing, as I knew it would be. Not that I was feeling unstable. But I really respect your, I'm happy to see someone out here with their senses about them, and that convey it in a way that, you were one of the people that, as I was looking for a reason in an unreasonable space, definitely that my brain was like, okay, this is okay. You're okay to be here right now. That guy's talking. And it has been fun to interact with you on panels. And it's been fun to, go around and sort of see and check out who you are based on the fact that I had an overreaction to someone I'd never met and saying something about me.
What did I say?
I have no idea. I'll have to go look. I'll see if I can find it, because I know that it'll take, actually no, because Flo has everything either behind a paywall, right? Probably something about, I'm sure it would be something based on my erratic behavior, Like, I think it was some, well, I don't know if erratic would be the word, but I know it was right after London had played a video, right? And I expected
A video of
people
you.
people were pretty neutral. And I have no idea. It probably was nothing. Again, I don't have no idea. But I was so like, who's this guy talking about me that I don't even know? That was what it was, right? And I was at first, my ears were totally closed off to you. I was like, there's that guy who said something about me, And I thought to myself, Bex, like, you're really reactive here. You're really, you whatever's going on for you, like, you've seen people say so many things about you. Why are you reacting to someone just saying a statement when, there were people that would come in and talk to me and be nice to me, and then they'd be over on a panel the next day being like, she's totally schizophrenic, That was not you, right? So I don't know. I think there was just something about the fact that I could see you were such a critical thinker and that you were saying anything about somebody who you'd never talked to. I have no idea, but I was mad. I was like, who's this denizen? Right? It was so funny.
What was the video about?
It was it was either one of where London played one that was like maybe the Bride of Chucky one. So it means the Bride of Chucky. I don't know. He made about 5 or 6. Yeah, there was just you probably weren't even. Yeah, I have no idea. I wish I should. I wish again. I probably shouldn't have even brought it up, because now it's gonna bug. Maybe it might just bug both of us that we don't know what it was. But anyways, I'm glad that I was irked or whatever, because I really did. I'm someone who likes to go around trying to figure out who somebody is, regardless. Like, so if everybody's like, ooh, Orange Man bad or whatever, that's how I see it on YouTube when everyone's like, oh, this guy, he's fucking her. No one did that about you, right? I'm like, okay, Orange Man bad energy. I'm just going to go see what people are saying and try and form an opinion for myself. But some people, are really good in character out here, and some people are really good at just like whatever. They're just out to LARP. So, the guy, for instance, who was sitting somewhere calling me a schizophrenic, first of all, is someone who's out here drunk so often. Like, who really gives a fuck what the guy says, and for some reason, I think that it was just, I saw you were a really intelligent guy, and I thought, well, here's someone that I would rather talk to than listen to talk about me. And that's when I was saying, oh, I'm going to troll you, denizen, right? And you're like, I'd like to find someone who could, be good. And I was joking, I'm going to study you and be your troll, right? And you're like, oh, good, try, right? But then I was like, I'm not a troll. I don't play any sock account games. Like, I can, maybe I'll troll the brainwashed with a little 0.666, number somewhere. Or troll them with like ideas like, oh, prove it with the adrenochrome. Right, and I'm the bad guy, but I'm not someone who's out to try and make people react, and if I am doing that to someone, it's usually in a good humored way because they've said my name like 10,000 times, quite literally, right? And that's not everybody, but there is someone out here. I'll bet you if I did a Bex count on his channels, we were probably up over 10,000. It's insane, right?
I the only thing I remember vaguely saying about you was that I thought you and Steven were friends.
Well, what's funny is I might have just gotten mad at that back then, which is funny. I was such a YouTube junkie. I didn't care. And to be quite honest, I went to talk to that guy way back when because it's ego, because I thought I could help, right? I was like, dude, like, I have a big spirit too, like, I feel bigger than this place too. But, it's like, yeah, I think I just really wanted to try and understand how someone could see things so opposite to myself. But I didn't realize that, when you're sitting next to someone and you're asking questions to get to know what the thing is better and talking about everything under the sun, and his intention is to be right, right? And he knows he's not winning you over at all. He was probably as curious, but he was, setting me up, let's just say, giving me the longest rope he's given anyone to hang myself with. And I don't care. It doesn't matter. I didn't really like talking about that guy. But in essence, for someone who spent hundreds of hours talking to the guy, when I think back about what had me there talking so much, or go back but the time I was going back there the third time, it was a long game. I'm trolling everybody. I was trolling everybody. So I was a troll. I'm like, you guys want to hate me? Fucking hate me over here. Oh yeah. Now he wants to hate me. I'll watch all of you guys and all your hobby hatred like explode in your fucking faces. I'm just not a hobby hater. So it probably was something that, anyways, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to talk to you. It was a pleasure to be on panel with you that day with Speakeasy. That was fucking hilarious. And if I could go back and do anything, I'd have shut up even more.
Me too.
Yeah. So yeah, I look forward to more conversations with you. And thank you so much for welcoming me here while you're playing your video game.
Thanks for hanging out. I finished all that boring, grinding bullshit that I was supposed to do today. Time passed a lot faster.
Excellent. Well, I'll visit again sometime.
Gracias.
And thank you. And the one thing about me is, like, if you're playing a game where like chit-chatting in your ear isn't going to work, right? I do like to visit and chat, and I'm very good at being like, let's say rejected or told it's another time or whatever the term would be, right? I understand that some games involve you guys playing and talking about the game. So,
oh yeah, talking to each other, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm also very capable of muting up and hanging out. So I look forward to doing this again. Have a great day, and I'll catch you later.
You too.
Thanks. Bye for now.
Bye. Overloaded the fucking elevator, chat. Alright, let's stay positive. Let's just try a few of these. Try this. Oh yeah, Kasha. See how much that equates to. Yep, just about right. This should be the last run for Hurston. When I come back, we'll start Crusader. With working elevators, and no glitches, which didn't happen obviously, this is actually just the right amount of grind, I think, to be fair. And not be completely retarded. Is this one the glitched one? Is this the problem child? Oh, there's still another one down there? Come on, give me those tier 5 rewards. What the fuck? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's literally the 6 SCU. that's missing. 4. That's actually only 4. So I'm gonna have to do another run for this shit? Nah, dog.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the. Please visit us again.
Damn, I for real left it there? I don't think I've done that a single time yet. In the fucking, like, maybe, I don't know, 50 times? Hold on, let's double check this too. Sometimes shit be cray. Nope. That's fucked up.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I should have submitted it. Small cargo. 5 cargo boxes, all 1 SU or smaller. That's crazy. It's literally not enough if I get the small contract. That is fucked up. Okay, let me try.
Carmichael here. You have an obligation to Hurston and to me to finish a contract you accept.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicles. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Let's try a medium. Oh wait, this one's more than 5. Here, let's try this one.
Engines initiated. Docking unavailable. Landing gear raised. Target acquired. Target acquired. Target acquired. Weapons system is off. Shields are off. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. System off. Welcome to our space.
Can't get rid of that missile lock even by rebooting the computer. It's crazy. That's some missile lock.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. Engines are off.
Oh, I didn't just do that. Elevator's working. Of course, that part of it always works. Six SEU. It's the max this ship can hold, and it's the minimum I need to get tier 5. Oh, that's a little bit more actually than 6.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now off. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. Engines are off.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Boom.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to...
Wanted to let you know that you should be receiving a bonus from us. To show your appreciation, Hurston assumes that you will deliver at a higher rate going forward.
Nope, I'm quitting my
Your turn
contract
in
with you.
manifest.
Go fuck
Looks
yourself.
good. I'll push this through payroll.
I literally hit it 2826 on the dot. That's crazy. So in 2 runs I get 1 and 2. And it takes 2 more runs just to get 3. I think that'll only get me 776, right? 192 times 3. 576. Wait, times 4, sorry. 768. So I'll have to do it 5 times or pick up some additional fairness. That's crazy.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Engines are on. Landing gear raised. Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off.
Aerial. My old route was still programmed in there. Crusader, here we come.
Auto drive is now on.
See if I can get some music going. If we can get it.
Auto drive is
I haven't been on Daymar in forever.
Don't you wanna love me?
Tengo que olvidarme de ella.
to announce that we've sent you something for all your hard work. Thank you for supporting Crusader in his trials. Crusader, just wanted to thank you for completing that job. Your contribution goes beyond just cargo. Thank you for being here.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
My roars for down there. Somebody had an accident.
have any more feeling. You know, if it's, you know, we like instrumental music, powerful instrumental music. To us, has got as much emotion in someone singing. They don't really see that distinction, but we do like pop songs, and we like, you know, the other thing that working with vocals give us, but it isn't about more feeling really, particularly. I think it's as much feeling.
Different way of communicating. You can get, you know, like a nice lush pad can give you the same sense of well-being.
Quantum travel complete.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. I'm sorry. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
What do I have? 51% health.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
This is Denver from Crusader. As a thank you for all your hard work, Crusader wanted me to pass along a little something. I hope you like it.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
100% health. 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 100% health
I will mark that contract complete. Thank you so much for all your hard work. It's been a genuine thrill to work with you.